Hey, how's it going, man? How's your Thanksgiving going? Bring this a little closer. Oh boy. Hold on. Oh boy. Technical difficulties. Um. All right. Does this help if I talk closer, or can you still not hear me? I can turn the gain up. Let's see. This. Testing. How's that? Let me try one thing. How's that working? Yeah. Okay. Good. Awesome. Oh no, you're good. Well, it's more my bad. How's it going though? How's your Thanksgiving going? Oh, I slept pretty well, to be honest. Yeah, I had a pretty good night's sleep. Fell asleep to the the good old Monty Python, The Quest for the Holy Grail, so that was fun. Yeah. Ah, okay, gotcha, nice. Yeah, we just finished up eating. So yeah, I hear you. Yeah, we just finished. Yeah, I made a steak for me. Mom made some mashed potatoes and some other stuff, and it was really good. Just waiting now, and then I'll probably go back up and grab some apple pie eventually.
What, Gus? What are you talking about?
Greeks and Egyptians have lost harmony with each other. The gods are displeased because of it. I'm Nanefer, and I don't know if I'm Greek or Egyptian. I'm an orphan.
Lost harmony? What do you mean?
The Egyptian goddess Wajet is sending snakes into Greek quarters at night. Only Greeks have been killed. We are out of balance. See for yourself. Just north of the villa.
Okay. I will look into this, Gus.
That is pretty wild.
That
It's
was
just
harder
meant to
than
be.
it should have been.
Yeah, I was about to just play offline, and I was like, well, just throw it on there so I have a recording of it at the bare minimum. Figure everybody else is like eating and whatnot. So, but here we are. I am full like a motherfucker.
What? The gods are rumbling. It came from just north of here. Must have something to do with this curse.
Oh, jeez.
I can smell the burnt flesh.
Yeah, I
What
can
happened
imagine
here?
You guys got anything else
Just
besides
around.
turkey?
This jar does not belong here. I think there is movement inside.
Low key, just making you more hungry.
Another foreigner cursed by Wadjet. That is 3 this week. Those useless Greeks had it coming, if you ask me. But what do I know? I am just the lowly Egyptian caretaker who cleans up after the naked Yadit.
Hey, be careful what you say. People have died. I need to look around.
What you need to look at is the color of your skin, son.
Harmony is what we
Sweet
need,
potatoes, stuffing mac and
not more
cheese.
senseless judgment.
Okay, nice.
Look, some of
Nice.
us have built a
Sweet
shrine
potato
cave
stuffing. I've
under
never heard of
what
that.
is
That
left
sounds
of the
really
Great
good.
Temple. Why don't you come and honor Wadjet?
That
with
sounds
us?
delicious.
Egyptians have to stick together.
Maybe I will, after I look around.
No, I already looked at it. No. Okay. There's a thing over there.
These jars are the same as the ones I saw in the Greek area.
Let's go. Ooh, okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about. That is good.
There
It's
are pretty
weird, like
snakes
it's
here.
yeah. I know what
Gods,
you're talking about.
I hate snakes.
Nice.
Ah, snakes again! Why did it have to be snakes?
I've had I think what you're talking about like once before. That stuff's good. Okay, we're not doing this. I'm not dying from stupid. Okay, that works as well. Goodness. I forget what the actual name of it is, but I forgot. Maybe sweet potato stuffing is what it is, but yeah, this stuff's good. Okay.
An elaborate shrine to the serpent goddess Wadjet.
Yeah, I have apple
Sound
pie
good.
upstairs.
Will not have to find the caretaker after all. He has already
Yeah.
found me.
I'm waiting to get
What
one
is
full.
this? Caretaker, the snakes were yours.
You serve Greeks? Come on, then, you worthless Ionian slave. Do your master's bidding like a good Greek dog. I fight for Egypt. Who do you fight for?
I serve no one, and I fight for everyone.
Goodness gracious. That's what it is. Yep. Shit. No. Fuck. Oh goodness. Yeah, sweet potato casserole. That stuff's good.
This is what Ptolemy has done to Egypt. A land out of balance.
Oh, you
Hatred,
missed it earlier.
strife.
We
At
got
least I can rescue
the
the hostage.
Fable
He's being held by the caretaker's men at Pan.
UFO weapon and shield, so that was fun. Or I'm not
Caretaker
Fable.
is using the
Jeez,
goddess
Final
to kill
Fantasy.
Greeks. Why such hatred? I would be sad.
هنا يفتح فل
Yeah, so like when you go, like you have to wait till it's morning, and then the pillars come down from like that sundial thing or whatever, and then you just shoot the five line stone or whatever 3 times, and that's it. Took me a second, and I was like, what? And then I got it, so it's all good. Got him. Yeah, and so that was it. And then like it went through the whole. I was like, "What the heck is going on?" I was like, "This is." I was like, "None of this is like Assassin's Creed stuff." I was like, "Okay, this is definitely some other franchise." Yeah, I used the horse. It's amazing. Okay, we're gonna grab that. Yep. Yeah, the sword's pretty dope. Shield I like, so those are like my 2 best weapons right now in terms of the primaries, so that's what I've been using.
More of the caretaker's handiwork. These unfortunate Greeks were in
Yeah, I have it. Yeah, so like I've been trying to like, you know, in the midst of trying to, you know, move most of my game library and stuff, or, you know, build up my game library again on PC. Ubisoft had a massive sale on the Animus pack for PC, and it's normally like $530, I think, or $500 or something. I picked it up for like $180. Yeah, so, and then with the Animus pack, you get all the games from 1 to Odyssey, and then you get the Schleem editions for every single game that has like a Schleem edition. So like this, got the everything with it, Odyssey, everything with it, Syndicate, everything, Unity, everything.
What is your
You know, and down.
This is more about
So
him
yeah,
than it is about
yeah, I
you.
have it.
My father grew figs in the fire. The best. The Ratos taxed him. An Egyptian has no choice but to pay.
Yeah, no, me either. It's only a PC thing too, which is unfortunate. I wish they did it for console.
The Ratos figured him for a cheat.
But yeah, no. So I was eyeing that for a little bit, and then it went on sale. It actually just went on sale again, and it was at like $120. And I was like, that's dumb. That is a dumb steal. Talking like one Wumbo edition of like Odyssey, and you get. It's like paying for Odyssey, a full-priced Wumbo Schleem edition for Odyssey, but you get
God have brought us together for this.
every single Assassin's Creed game.
Justice will be served today.
So that was hilarious. Yeah.
For Egypt.
That's the thing. I mean, like,
Father Theodorus.
the thing about Ubisoft, you just wait a little bit, they'll give you a good sale.
After him, master. We're fantastic. After him.
This place is heavily guarded.
Kill the Ptolemies. got a clean target!
And was it? Yeah, I've heard that's really good. Oh, good. Block is over. Yeah. How are you liking that? I've heard good things about it. Okay. These enemies are horrible. I hate them. That's what you get. I just loaded. Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. This guy over here has no idea what's going on.
You remember now, huh? May the field read to look you always.
Oh. I don't know if that's how that works, but
Glory to Theodorus!
species spicy meatballs. Goodness.
Finally, my father's car is at peace.
All the discovery tours? Okay. What are discovery tours?
Let's move. We have it.
It is in the main menu. Basically, it's a tour of the map, and it goes in depth with the pyramids. Where do you find that? The loading screen at the beginning. Oh, I know what you mean. Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, let me do this one quest first, and then I think I know what you mean, though. Okay. Son of a...
The caretaker's hideout must be up ahead.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Wait a minute.
Rip.
Time is up. Hey. Too kind. Thank you so much. Too strong. Run.
What is going to happen to that stupid stuttering creep inside?
He's going to be sacrificed to Wadjet when the caretaker gets here.
Blood sacrifice. The priest stopped that years ago.
Our
Burning everything down. Oh, goodness.
Can you start?
Thank Serapis you're here. I don't think so. They beat me.
Be still. I will carry you out. Another shrine to the snake goddess Wadjet. Fresh fruit, grain, wine.
It's not that fresh
These
anymore.
must be gifts from the caretaker to his men.
Do I have to bring it back somewhere?
Can you walk?
They beat me. They beat me because they thought I'm Greek.
Wait. What happened to your stutter?
I was scared when I first met you. It makes me stutter.
By the gods, is nothing true. Well, you are alive, Nanifer. Be thankful.
I'm alive, but Egypt is out of balance. You must know, Medjay, the law is harmony between all peoples. May Serapis unite us all.
That is the end of the caretaker's cult. But Nanifer is right. Egypt is out of balance. And that is the Order of Ancients doing.
Hey. Okay, so let's try this out. Aha.
Welcome to Discovery Tour by Assassin's Creed: Ancient Egypt.
Oh, okay. Does skipping it count? Count?
Welcome to Alexandria. Alexander's plan to build his great city began with a verse from Homer's Odyssey. Though Alexander considered this location ideal for his great city, it presented considerable challenges. Too difficult to access during storms, the surrounding swamps threatened disease, and the limestone soil prevented the growth of healthy crops. However, due to the influence of his mentor Aristotle, Alexander the Great recognized that the true value was its strategic emplacement.
So
Alexander
oh
knew that
wow.
in controlling Pelusium to the east, Memphis to the south, and his crowning glory Alexandria to the west, he would create a triangular stronghold, allowing him to control the entire delta while giving him access to the Mediterranean. Though Alexander considered this location ideal for his great city,
So you got,
it presented
oh
considerable
boy.
challenges. Too difficult to access during storms, the surrounding swamps threatened disease, and the limestone... The Great Walls of Alexandria had a humble beginning. Lacking chalk to outline the future city's foundations, architects were excavations led by Mahmud Bey al-Falaki in the 19th century revealed
Oh,
that the
okay,
wall
so if you walk
enclosure
along, you can
measured
get it.
approximately 5. These formidable ancient walls would resist a number of attacks, including fending off the king of Syria in 169 BCE. It wasn't until 295 CE that they eventually fell to Roman Emperor Alexandria's principal architect, Dinocrates, chose a Hippodamian grid plan. The grid maximized functionality. A central corridor ran from the Mediterranean's north port down to Lake Mariota. Alexandria was most likely built upon an already existing Egypt.
Oh my goodness. You have... That's a lot. What's the reward? No. Oh boy.
Village.
Well,
Upon its completion, the Egyptians reviled the city. Refusing to call it by its founder's name. Instead, they called it Raked, the building, as a mark of disdain, which was later Hellenized into Rakotis. Despite this, the name Alexandria would remain.
oh, you can kind of just do it that way. I see. Let's see if we can blow through it.
Welcome to the major regions of Egypt. Life in ancient Egypt was concentrated along the shores of the Nile and divided into two regions. Lower Egypt. Until 3100 BCE and the unification of Egypt, each region had its own pharaoh and crown. Lower Egypt's crown was red and marked with symbols of papyrus and bees. Upper Egypt's crown was white with symbols of lotus and sedge-grass. Both regions had competing major cities, most notably Memphis in Lower Egypt, and many of the temples were...
Oh, okay. So it's not that bad. Okay. I'm sitting here thinking you gotta like listen to everything. I'm like,
Welcome to Bringer of Life, the River Nile. The ancient Egyptians called the dark fertile soil of the Nile the Black Lands, and the surrounding desert was referred to as the Red Lands. The dramatic difference... The Nile
Hey, my
determined
grandpa was
much
here
of
and I
Egyptian
got-
civilization. For example, the seasonal cycle of the Nile was so consistent that ancient Egyptians
oh, nice.
created a
That's awesome,
calendar
man.
around it. The flood season, or Akhet, was when the departing floodwaters left arable soil
That's awesome.
for crops.
Happy for you, man. That's awesome.
It was followed by the
Did you mean
growing
like
and
NHL,
harvesting
like
seasons,
like
known as
hockey?
Heret and Shemu. These regular seasons, along with abundant wildlife and rich soil, meant that Egypt's denizens were able to nourish the River Nile.
That's dope,
flowing
though.
from the south
Congrats,
to the
man.
north, neatly traversed through both
Oh,
Upper
NFL.
and Lower
Gotcha.
Egypt.
Nice.
All of Egypt's major cities were built
That's
along
awesome,
this
man.
narrow ribbon of life. Protected by mountain ranges and deserts which acted as natural barriers to enemies. Both ancient Egyptians and ancient Greeks referred to the Nile as the river in their respective languages. Stretching a distance of over 6,700 kilometers, the Nile is one of the longest rivers in the world. It flows south to
Pretty
north,
much all night.
spanning 11 countries.
Till about maybe
The
11
River
o'clock.
Nile originates in the region of the Great
12 of them really
Subequatorial
into
Lakes,
it.
including one
So,
of the largest
yeah.
in the world, Lake Victoria.
I'll be
near Tanzania.
you know, stepping in and out every now and then to grab some apple pie maybe, but for the most part till about midnight. No, 10. I'd say 10:30. Yeah. Alright, sounds good. It's all good, man. Enjoy your time with your family. Sounds good, man. Meanwhile, I'm over here missing this thing. See you, man. Enjoy.
The river flows through African equatorial forests, swamps, volcanic lands, steppes, and deserts, splitting apart for a while and picking up various sediments from each region and carrying them all the way to Egypt. Its main artery, known as the White Nile, rejoins with the Blue Nile in Khartoum. This is where it weaves through rich deposits of silt and nutrients, carrying them along in its wake. The Nile crosses 6 cataracts from the south to the north, creating natural obstacles between the various sections of the river. The cataracts are long zones of about 100 kilometers, where the bubbling and rapidly swirling waters advance tumultuously amid enormous heaps of rocks and benches of hard stone. It is after crossing Nubia and the First Cataract that the river officially returns to Egypt in Aswan. There are still 1,000 kilometers before it reaches Cairo and the Delta, bringing life to those living on its shores before it eventually empties into the Mediterranean Sea.
Gerald, they're accepting.
Ancient Egyptian irrigation and water use was centered around the Nile. However, they also had access to streams and rivers, as well as several large lakes. The delta, situated at the north end of the Nile, also known as Lower Egypt, is a large irrigated area where the river splits into several tributaries. The delta had several major brackish coastal bodies of water separated from the sea by thin strips of land. A mix of deep to shallow waters, salt swamps, and sand plains, these lakes were refuge to a wealth of species, as well as water and land plants. The occasional bandit could also be found sheltering within the denser reeds, waiting for the unwary traveler. Welcome to Deserts of Egypt. Reaching out on either side of the lush Nile are the harsh, arid Western Desert and the mountainous Eastern Desert. The White Desert in the northeast of the Sahara owes its name to its white limestone soil, contrasting with the yellow sand. The wind has eroded the rocks of the White Desert into stone mushrooms, the most famous of which is referred to as the Finger of God. The Great Sand Sea is a large unbroken desert that reaches out through western Egypt and eastern Libya. It is home to a unique geological formation known as Libyan silica glass. The pale yellowish-green material ranges from pebble-sized fragments to glass rocks the size of rough boulders. Welcome to the Qattara. The Qattara Depression is located in the northwest part. The climate is very arid, with average temperatures reaching 36. degrees Celsius. The famous Siwa Oasis is located on the protected southwestern region. Today, the Qattara Depression is utilized for oil exploration.
what's going on here. Check this out.
Welcome to Siwa. The Siwa Oasis is in the western desert of Egypt. Geographically, the Siwa Oasis... Old Kingdom Egyptians referred to the oasis as cauldron, due to its unique geographical structure. Oases were... Because of the dry climate, there is very little rainfall to sustain the oases. Instead, underground rivers flood. The Libyan oases are the best known, as they are geographically and culturally linked to the Nile Valley and the Delta. These western oases have a distinct geology from the other regions of Egypt. The most famous and important oases are Karga, Dakhla, Farafra. The Spring of the Sun is one of many thermal sources in Siwa, with the particularity that Cleopatra would have bathed in this one, giving it its name. The presence of the source beneath was... Oracles predicted the future, delivered omens that could be more or less obscure. It is no wonder that Alexander the Great made the perilous journey to Siwa. The powerful and the rich would send gifts or travel great distances. The Temple of the Oracle of Amun was built in the 6th century BCE by Pharaoh Amasis. In the game, its entrance is guarded by ram-headed sphinxes, the animal representing Amun. They were inspired by similar statuary located at the British Museum. Another option would have a Greek-influenced representation of Zeus Amun, a human-headed sphinx with horns. This representation of Zeus Amun was very popular in Siwa.
Welcome to the Fayum. The Fayum Oasis is an enormous basin in the western desert. The Fayum Oasis drains into Lake Moers. Reed boats, feluccas, triremes, and kerkeros were the most commonly found craft within the landlocked waters of Egypt. They were used for various purposes, ranging from daily fishing, trade, warfare, and travel, to the ferrying of massive stone blocks used to build the great monuments of Egypt.
Oh, fuck off.
The most impressive pyramids of ancient Egypt date from the Old Kingdom and can be found on the sites of Giza, Saqqara, and Dashur. However, one particularly famous pyramid of the time is located elsewhere, During the Middle Kingdom, some pharaohs chose the Fayum as their final resting place. One such ruler was Amenemhat III. His pyramid left a mark on the imagination of antique chroniclers. They referred to it. Amenemhat's pyramid was built with a brick core and covered with stone slabs, designed to be impenetrable. The burial chamber, made out of a single block of sandstone, is unique in its design. Richard Lepsius and Flinders Petrie both explored the pyramid site, measuring 385 meters by 158 meters, and identified it as the location of the labyrinth. Their research conditions were difficult, as most of the site had been submerged by the nearby canal. Furthermore, the stones from the complex and the outer casing of the pyramid had been quarried away long ago. Ubisoft decided to give life back to this lost monument and the many crypts that were said to be devoted to the sacred crocodile god, Sobek. Founded during the 5th dynasty, the site was popular during the 12th dynasty under the name of Shedet. During the Ptolemaic era, the metropolis was named Crocodilopolis by the Greeks, in honor of the crocodile god Sobek. During the Greco-Roman era, the Cleruks, soldiers of the Ptolemies, settled there after their military service and expanded the irrigation systems. Irrigation and water distribution tripled the arable land and turned the city into a lush and rich area. 27,000 inhabitants lived in its precinct at its height. The city's location was strategic in controlling the many small waterways connecting to the main canal, and thus the Nile. The region's main cult was that of Sobek of Shedet, a divinity associated with water and fertility, both very important to an area that depended on irrigation. Many local villages had the very similar to the cult of the Apis bull in Memphis. A living crocodile was worshipped within the precinct of Crocodilopolis's main temple. Known as Sobek to the Egyptians and Sukkos to the Greeks, it was reported by Strabo that priests fed it with meat, wine, and honeyed milk. They covered its body with jewels and gold. After its death, it was embalmed and placed within the crocodile's grotto, alongside thousands of other mummified crocodiles. Welcome to the city of Memphis. Throughout all ancient Egyptian periods, cities had one thing. One of the largest was Welcome to Rediscovering Egypt. In the 19th century, the increased intensity of tourism. A major step in conserving Egypt's heritage was taken in 1858, when the Viceroy of Egypt, Gaston Maspero, Mariette's successor, expanded and reorganized the Antiquities Service and instigated laws. A French architect, archaeologist, the team was thrilled to collaborate with Jean-Claude Golvin in order to recreate Egypt for the game. In the 19 exclusive watercolors he created for the team, Golvin used scientific. Although ancient Egypt's rich religious culture and its mortuary monuments continue to be investigated, the modern discipline of Egyptology has shifted focus. Rather than single-mindedly today, archaeology in Egypt relies on an interdisciplinary approach, where traditional Egyptologists are helped by a wide spectrum of scientists from other disciplines and new, non-invasive techniques. GPS data, satellite imaging, and ground-penetrating radar allow archaeologists to gain a sense of what lies underneath the ground before excavating.
Welcome to natron is a colorless salt that was during the ceremonial embalmment ritual. The priest natron was mined in Wadi Natron. The main mining methods involved both techniques are still used today and inspired the team in their recreation of the mines located in the mountains northwest of Memphis. Welcome to Fauna of Ancient Egypt. Both domesticated and wild animals were features in ancient Egypt. Egypt's terrain allowed for a diverse range of animals, including panthers, rhinoceroses, The Nile was home to many species of fish, along with hippopotami and crocodiles. The wide variety of birds that populated the riverbanks, from raptors and waterfowl to songbirds, were all cataloged within Egyptian hieroglyphic signs. Encounters with reptiles and insects, such as cobras, while all animals Welcome to Flora. The climate and unique geography of the Nile Delta offered a wide variety of plants, possibly the most useful of the plant. There were many types of trees along the River Nile, such as the date palm, carob, and tamarisk. Some trees were associated with gods, such as the acacia with Horus. The divinities Thoth and Seshat were depicted inscribing the reign of the king into a Persea tree. The sycamore was connected with the goddess Iset, patron of the ritual of life. Welcome to Ancient Egyptian Hieroglyphs. Hieroglyph. Considered a difficult language, it was... The structure of hieroglyphs offers insight into Egyptian culture, not just in many temples. The most famous of ancient Egyptian documents is the book. Even after it was... Middle Egyptian hieroglyphs contained... While hieroglyphs... The spread of Christianity ended pharaonic culture and resulted in the destruction of its pagan monuments. This also marked the end of hieroglyphic writing and understanding. Welcome to Between the 5th century CE and the Renaissance, knowledge of hieroglyphs. The Rosetta Stone was found in 1799. The first translation was of the Greek section only in 1803. Through his studies of the stone, Champollion... While studying the stone, Champollion realized... The next step for Champollion. Champollion had already mastered several ancient languages when he took on deciphering the Rosetta Stone. He used his knowledge of Coptic to identify the solar disk hieroglyph on the obelisk.
Look at all the
as
kitties.
the phonetic translation of Ra. Further translation only strengthened his conclusion. Egyptian hieroglyphs encompass the alphabet in both phonetics and determinative ways, which means that the symbol represents the word itself.
Welcome to Cyrene. Cyrenaica stretches across the coast of northwest Africa. It was known as Pentapolis in antiquity, The city of Cyrene was founded by Batos Aristotle, guided by the key features of Cyrene were temples dedicated under Roman influence. From 115 to 117 CE, there was the nearby port of Apollonia was an ideal location, with its natural cove, sheltered by 2 islands and rocky inlets. Along with a lighthouse, the port was later... With its success as a commercial trading port, Apollonia surpassed Cyrene to eventually become the capital of the Pentapolis. A number of earthquakes gradually shifted the city, causing many of its original structures to sink. Some of its ruins can still be seen underwater.
Παύλος εστί, πας άνθρωπος φάλετε, τετατέκ να πατάξει. Κλαφμούς πάνη γαρίκουσον, κτίνος.
Παύλος εστί, πας άνθρωπος φάλετε τετατέκ.
Τι πράττεις? Μάνα, χαίρε.
Χαίρε. Τι πράττεις?
Οφθαλμούς είναι αιώρων απόλεσεν.
Χαίρε. Πού καλώς έχω.
Αδαΐσισι, γνώσιν ελάβην που δεν πρόκονται κατέχεις.
Χεμότε, νεφερουέρε. Ού καλώς έχω.
Θεοί, αδαΐσεστη, οφθαλμούς είναι αιώρων απόλεσεν.
Εσού ελάβνην ου γιγνοσκόμην γε. Γης βέλτιστος.
Ο διαμελίας, ούγαρ ελάβνει γιγνώσκης, την άμαξαν δει του αποφέρει.
Χαίρε.
Welcome to the Agora and Thermal Baths. Cyrene, an unnamed statue representing naval victory. The Cyrene Agora also displayed many temples and monuments celebrating its founding king. The civic buildings included a law court complete. Public baths were common in Roman and Greek cities, and Cyrene held true to this tradition. Mosaic. The Cyrene bath, the Frigidarium, Roman baths were built under Emperor Trajan and then restored under Hadrian. After the earthquake of 365 CE, they were replaced by baths of Byzantine design, with stones from the old thermal baths used in the reconstruction. The team relied on documentation describing the baths built under Trajan in order to create the location available in the game. Welcome to the Temple of Zeus in Cyrene. Facing east towards the right. The exterior was designed Archaeologists confirm that there was a monumental statue of Zeus in this temple, though experts remain divided on whether it was one of Zeus or one more specific to the cult of Zeus Ammon. The team elected to place a statue of Zeus Ammon in this location, knowing that Cyrene was central to the spread of this cult in the Greek Mediterranean area.
Welcome to Important Monuments of Cyrene. The Sanctuary of Apollo sits on a prominent edge. The abundance of temples and statues throughout the city reflect the various Greco-Roman and Egyptian cult influences. A vestibule known as the imposing. The altar was located in front of the temple. Both are estimated to be the same age, though restored at different. Carved during the Roman era, the Apollo Cytharide was discovered near the temple. It is considered an important archaeological find. The statue of Apollo was in pieces when it was uncovered. Remarkably, the amphitheater of Cyrene is located on what is known as the Terrace of Myrtosa, next to the Entrances were placed at both ends of the amphitheater. A wall replaced the first two rows of bleachers. Since the original theater was close to the cliffside, the expansion didn't allow for a perfect circle. Instead, junctions of the semicircle formed the arena into an oval shape. This elliptical formation still ensured an excellent view from all angles. The team decided to create a perfectly round theater for technical reasons, and used the structure of the Roman theater as their reference. Welcome to the Acropolis of Cyrene. Located on the western edge of the city, Cyrene's Acropolis. A number of statuettes have been excavated from the site, including one of Berenice, the daughter of Magus, the king of Cyrene, and half-brother of Ptolemy II. In the 20th century, a fortification was built above the ward to defend against an invading army. It covered the ancient remains of nearby Roman houses entirely, and archaeologists have yet to fully excavate them.
Αούκαστο εγώ συλλέξω. Ήκεντα οικία τέκε σύζυγος, ο διπούσαΐν, μετά της τέκνης, μετά των δραχμαίων. Οή τον δυστυχή.
Και κατόπιν, τα αγαθά η γόρα σου.
Welcome to the Gladiator Arena. While gladiators would not perform in Cyrene until the first gladiators to enter the arena were prisoners. Eventually, volunteers began to enter the ring. Gladiators were separated into heavy and light armored fighters, each with their own set of specific armor and weapons. Organizers often... The events were highly organized. Fights were held with a background of music and supervised by a referee. Death, either in the course of combat or by decision, was not always the only way out for the loser. Several were released due to their performance and gained great notoriety as celebrities. Welcome to Major Exports of Cyrene. Cyrene's main source of economic wealth was in the cultivation and export of poppies. Silphium, with its yellow flower, was considered a gift from the sun god. High demand, overexploitation, and possibly a shift in climate all contributed to the eventual extinction of Silphium. The last mention of it dates from the 4th century CE, and to this day, no traces of this plant have been identified.
Welcome to the origin of the pyramid. The origin of the word pyramid is controversial. During the pre-dynastic period, the development of funerary practices was different, depending on whether one was located. In Upper Egypt, pre-dynastic practices are easier to study. During the 3 Nagata periods, ranging from the term mastaba, meaning massive bench in dialectal Arabic, refers to a form of the arrangement of the substructure of the 6th dynasty would see art used to its utmost. The entire surface of a mastaba would be covered in scenes of daily life. illustrating the prosperity of those lucky enough to comfortably spend eternity near the pyramid of a pharaoh. The best example of this type of mastaba is the tomb of Meroruka in Saqqara.
20 stations.
Welcome to the Step Pyramid Complex of Djoser. The Step Pyramid is the first monument built of stone, standing at 60. The Step Pyramid Complex is enclosed within a 1600. While there are 14 doors, the only real entrance into the complex is at the end of a long, narrow path. The corridor is lined with 20 pairs of columns up to 6 meters high, built by stacking stone drums. Chambers are located on either side of the columns and are thought to be chapels representing the provinces of Upper and Lower Egypt. According to some Egyptologists, guarded by the architect Pharaoh Djoser Djoser was associated with the sky god. The funerary complex was built to resemble Djoser's palace, with the stone carved to imitate mud brick, trees, and reeds. In the corner is a temple referred to as Ti. The Hebsed festival enabled the pharaoh to meet. Within the complex of Djoser, southeast of the pyramid, is a dedicated space for this essential ritual to be performed by the king even in the afterlife. The Hebsed courtyard is lined with false chapels and equipped with a platform featuring 2 staircases. Located in the courtyard, the 2 pavilions are believed to represent the palaces of Upper and Lower Egypt. Rectangular in shape, the funerary temple is on the north side of the complex, facing the stars where the deceased ruler was believed to travel after. The north wall has 2 observation holes. A statue of Djoser is seated on the throne, wearing a mantle and a tripartite wig with a crown known as a Nemes. Representing the king's Ka, this statue looks through the observation holes into the courtyard, enabling the king to observe the ceremonies and receive offerings in the afterlife. Welcome to Inside Djoser's Step Pyramid. The architect of the Step Pyramid, Imhotep, was a man of great importance to Pharaoh Djoser and ancient Egyptians in general. The base of a statue of Djoser, discovered in From the design of the pyramid to the elements within the complex itself, Imhotep set out to create something that would immortalize his king. In addition to the central subterranean palace built for Djoser, 11 wells were dug. Each went to it. 2 passages lead underground, and the burial chamber of Djoser is located at unlike the pharaoh's apartments. There are 2 long rooms running side by side along a north-south axis. The door frames are made of fine limestone and carved with the king's name. As in the south tomb, reliefs are carved into the doorways. These reliefs show the king performing rituals and visiting divine sanctuaries for all eternity. Their interiors are fictive additions made by the team to add to the wonders of the tomb. It is clear from the elaborate detail and scale of the complex that this funerary monument was a technological marvel of its time. Welcome to Sneferu's first pyramid. With the long reign of Sneferu, the first king of the 4th dynasty, while Sneferu's monument started as a 7-stepped pyramid, the smooth dressing of the walls did not provide sufficient. As well as the smooth sides, it was the first time a ceremonial pavement was built, leading from the valley to the temple of the pyramid. Another innovation was that of the funerary chamber, which was no longer at the bottom of a well, but rather above ground level. This change signaled the beginning of the 3-bedroom system. Welcome to the Bent Pyramid. After the construction of the Meidum Pyramid failed, though the pyramid also proved unstable and was abandoned, the Bent Pyramid was unique in having 2 separate entrances, one on the northern face and another on the western face. With the Bent Pyramid, architects successfully experimented with a completely new idea: to build the pyramid with a core of huge stones settled on a progressive horizontal design. This way, each construction phase could be completed in a single stage, allowing the architect complete control over every design element. Unfortunately, these precautions did not prevent sagging or cracks in the interior rooms of the pyramid. Sneferu abandoned the monument and began the construction of yet another pyramid. Welcome to the Red Pyramid of Dashur. The Red Pyramid was built 2 kilometers to the north of the Bent Pyramid. It was so named due to the reddish limestone used in its construction. The Red Pyramid reached a height of 105 meters. While the ground level of the Red Pyramid is lower than that of the descending corridor of the pyramid, which opens to the north, arrives at ground level, where 2 almost identical spectacular chambers with high ceilings are aligned north to south. The annexes of the Red Pyramid consist of a small funerary temple located to the east. A causeway presumably ran due east from the temple, but it has yet to be excavated. The Red Pyramid was structurally sound, and once finished, marked a remarkable design milestone. Finally successful in his attempts to build himself a suitable funerary monument, Sneferu knew his future beyond death was assured. Welcome to Pyramids of the Middle Kingdom. During the Middle Kingdom era, the powerful rulers of the 12th dynasty, the plundering of tombs in troubled times prompted the architects of the Middle Kingdom to devise increasingly complicated means of security during construction. As such, while the kings of the 13th dynasty began building their pyramids at Masguna, south of Dashur, then moved on to Fayum and Abydos. The kings of the 17th dynasty, however, satisfied themselves with... It was not until the Nubian pharaohs of the 25th dynasty that kings were once again buried under pyramidal tombs. In fact, today, the area of ancient Nubia, modern Sudan, contains a record number of 220 known pyramids to Egypt's 138. Despite their slow decline in use and quality, pyramids continued to fascinate all and sundry up to the Roman era. They remain to this day a symbol of the religious dedication of the pharaohs and the grandeur of ancient Egypt.
Welcome to an overview of the Giza necropolis. The Giza Plateau is located on the west bank of the Nile and was considered by ancient Egyptians as the domain of the dead. The pyramidal complexes found there were... The Giza area, now famous for its 3 pyramids, is... The placement of the Giza monuments, and particularly that of the pyramids, followed a practical yet strict alignment. First, they focused on cardinal points, and then they accounted for the natural geology of the plateau. Welcome to us. Over the centuries, enthusiasts and another dating from the 4th dynasty. In order to bring polish to the imposing monument, several blocks of limestone were added after the initial construction. The Sphinx is the natural bedrock. Since antiquity, people have always believed there was a hidden tomb deep within the Sphinx. It is 12 meters long and cut during Pharaonic. While there have been no major discoveries pertaining to the Sphinx of Giza in recent years, theories and hypotheses continue to several what the Sphinx of Giza represents. The 1510. The most plausible hypothesis is based on the research of the German historian Ulrich Harman. During the 1980s, Harman compiled medieval sources written by Arab authors. In doing so, he discovered that the Sphinx was once perceived as a favorable omen, a deity supporting sediment-nurturing floods and crops. Around 1378, a Sufi by the name of Muhammad Sa'im al-Dar could not stand this vision of the monument, and in an iconoclastic act, broke the nose of the Sphinx. According to the texts, he was then hanged and burned between the legs of the Sphinx for his crime.
Welcome to Khufu's funerary complex. The Valley Temple was the first architectural component encountered when one entered the funerary complex. It was considered the official entrance of the tomb. Khufu's causeway ran from the floodplain up to the plateau, linking together the Valley Temple and the Mortuary Temple. A traditional causeway presented itself as a paved path. Fragments discovered by archaeologists indicate that the walls in Khufu's causeway, one of the longest known. The most impressive private cemeteries of Giza are located east and west of Khufu's pyramid. The eastern cemetery was reserved for members of the royal family, while the western cemetery was... To the east of Khufu's pyramid reside three. The northernmost pyramid was most likely meant for Queen Hetepheres, who was believed to have been Khufu's mother. However, in 1925, her actual tomb was discovered nearby by accident. It was hidden at the bottom of a deep masonry pit in an underground chamber. Within the vicinity of Khufu's pyramid, Egyptologists have uncovered 7 boat pits. The 2 southern boat pits, each covered by a roof of huge limestone slabs, were discovered in 1954 by... The Greek term pyramidion refers... A few pyramidia have been retrieved from pyramidal complexes. The earliest, found in Dashur. The pyramidia of the pyramids of Giza were never recovered. The reconstitution you see in the game is fictive, incorporating a golden pyramidion bearing inscriptions relevant to Khufu.
Welcome to Secret. Built around 2550 BCE, the Great Pyramid of Giza is considered one of the most iconic structures. The construction of the Great Pyramid was new insights into engineering, and it is interesting to note the precisely oriented in order to achieve the shape. Materials for the Great Pyramid consisted of quarried limestone blocks, weighing between... It's estimated that it took between 600,000 and 2 million blocks of stone to build the Great Pyramid. While the interior chambers were built with red granite from a... Over the center... The main entrance of the Great Pyramid is located 17 meters. The Robert attempts to gain entry to the Great Pyramid and uncover its potential secrets continued throughout the centuries. In the 19th century, the belief that another entry existed.
Welcome to the Great Pyramid. The Grand Gallery's purpose is still debated among experts. It may have been intended to align with the stars, act as a buffer to protect the King's Chamber, or simply to facilitate the transport of the granite blocks used inside the pyramid. Access to the Queen's Chamber. Though this room is... A recent scan of the room indicated the presence of an unknown cavity hidden behind the north face of the walls over the descending corridor. Further investigation is still ongoing to ascertain the nature of the anomaly, so as to avoid risking damage to the monument. Khufu's architecture. While the space is visually dramatic, the far end of the Grand Gallery leads to... For the purposes of the game, the team elected to remove the portcullis. Khufu's mummy was never found. Welcome to Jean-Pierre Houdin's theories. The team wanted to provide players with a sense of exploration and discovery, particularly within the Great Pyramid. While respecting Houdin's hypothesis as to the general layout of the antechambers, the team wanted the contents to enhance the game experience. In regular Royal, Houdin theorized that the ascending corridor and the Great Gallery were used by the workers to haul hoist the heavy. With this structure in mind, one can easily assume that the pyramid's entrance would have been connected to the two antechambers. Modern research has revealed that a cavity might be located behind the north face chevrons of the pyramid. As such, the team chose to create this area for the player to explore. Many theories regarding the construction of the Great Pyramid rely on the usage of external ramps. Houdet's theory states that this internal ramp followed the sides of the pyramid in an ascending spiral pattern. A notch discovered in the edge. This long corridor was the first section of the ascending internal ramp. Through it, the blocks used to build the Great Pyramid would have been carefully moved upward and then turned at each edge of the pyramid in order to continue their ascent. According to Houdet, the start of the inner ramp was located at the base of the southeastern face of the pyramid. This location would have been the junction point of the external and internal ramps. Below us, workers would have built the lower part of the pyramid with the external ramp before... eventually switching to the internal ramp for the middle and upper sections of the pyramid. At that time in the process, they could have reused the material of the external ramp to fill the center of the pyramid, hauling the stones in through the internal ramp. Welcome to Khafre's funerary complex. Since the very beginning of the 4th dynasty, mortuary temples were built adjacent to pyramids. In its standard form, a mortuary temple was divided into two parts. A front. The largest of all such structures, Khafre's mortuary temple was entirely built with megalithic blocks of lime. Khufu's direct successor, Jedefre, followed the custom which required each king to establish a new site for their funerary accommodation, and chose Abu Rawash as his last resting place. When the time came to build his own funerary complex, Khafre, also one of Khufu's sons and the successor to Though Khafre's pyramid is smaller than Khufu's, it was cunningly built on a more elevated bedrock layer than the Great Pyramid, making considered a most sacred area, the Giza Necropolis, from the reign of Sneferu and on. In mainstream media, within Khafre's subsidiary pyramid, just as with the solar barges found around Khufu's pyramid, it seems Khafre's shrine and sled were ritually disposed of after his funeral.
Welcome to Menkaura's funerary complex. The dimensions of Menkaura's pyramid are much less. Menkaura's pyramid contains two sloping passages, both located in the north. While Menkaura's pyramid complex was unfinished at the time of his death, it was hastily and somewhat shabbily completed by his successor, Shepseskaf. Menkaura's causeway was completed in mud brick by the king's successor, whereas the lower part was nothing more than a simple. Three small structures, referred to as Menkaura's Queen's Pyramids, were erected along the southern side of the main pyramid. The easternmost pyramid was built with the traditional rooms and corridors found within a satellite pyramid meant to house the king's ka. However, a granite sarcophagus was found within, leading to the conclusion that it was used as an actual tomb rather than as a symbolic cenotaph. Drawing on these observations, some assume that this pyramid was first built as a satellite pyramid for the king's Ka, before seeing its purpose change to that of a queen's tomb. Which queen, however, remains a mystery. Welcome to the Great Pyramid. There is much speculation over the purpose of the well shaft. The subterranean chamber's original purpose remains a mystery. One popular theory is that it was originally meant to be Khufu's burial chamber, but the pharaoh changed his mind, preferring to be buried higher up in the pyramid, which would explain the chamber's unfinished state. Welcome to the Greek Pharaohs. Pharaohs were considered... The Ptolemaic dynasty reigned over Egypt, born in 356 BCE. On his... Julius Caesar visited Alexander's tomb at the capture of Alexandria, and the Roman Emperor Augustus reportedly placed flowers there. However, though many powerful leaders claim to have visited it, the tomb's location has gone missing from history. Some accounts do state that the golden coffin was replaced by a glass sarcophagus, probably by Ptolemy X. It is also implied that Cleopatra may have plundered the tomb in a time of financial crisis. Welcome to Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt. Cleopatra VII Theophilopator ascended the throne in 51 BCE at the It is important to understand that Cleopatra's knowledge of Egyptian language and keen understanding of the culture. Upon his death during Cleopatra's exile, the Roman Empire was not without its own internal conflict. Caesar and Pompey were at war with one another. Cleopatra. Ptolemy the... In June of 47 BCE, Cleopatra gave birth to a son, whom she called Caesarion. Caesar did not accept the boy as his heir, choosing instead his nephew Octavian. Nonetheless, on his return to Rome, Caesar invited the queen. Caesar's most faithful ally, Mark Antony, often visited the Queen of Egypt during his stay in Rome. Unlike most, he recognized... Despite his... Octavian managed his own... The following events remain difficult to confirm due to... versions and legends around them. It is believed that after hearing a rumor about Cleopatra's suicide, Mark Antony committed suicide himself. He was brought to the Queen as he slowly passed away. Knowing that Octavian would have her chained and paraded through Rome in defeat, Cleopatra planned her own suicide. She most likely killed herself with arsenic, though admittedly, the version where she uses an ass to deliver a fatal bite may be considered more dramatic. What happened to the body of Cleopatra is still a mystery.
Whoa.
Welcome to the Siege of Alexandria. The Siege of Alexandria closely relays the event. In the events leading up to the Siege of Alexandria, upon his arrival in Alexandria, Caesar was presented with Pompey's head. The sight of a Roman murdered by Egyptians did not sit well with him. Caesar made his displeasure clear, ordering the return of Cleopatra, and for the siblings to resolve their differences and resume their co-rule of Egypt, as per the will of their father. Neither Pothinus nor Ptolemy XIII wished to accede to this demand. While doing his best to aggravate Caesar, Pothinus secretly plotted against the Roman ruler, and sent word for Egyptian general Achillas to bring his 20,000 men to fight on his behalf. While Pothinus plotted against Caesar, Cleopatra made a bold move.
Whoa.
There are various descriptions of the encounter between Caesar and Cleopatra. One report states that she snuck into the palace alone at night. Another account claims she was accompanied by an ally and was brought inside the palace wrapped in a carpet bag. Though exactly what happened at this fateful meeting is up for debate, what is known is that Cleopatra met with Caesar and earned his approval. With Cleopatra finally present, Caesar chose to act as mediator between the siblings in the hopes of a peaceful resolution. It did not take long for things to sour. During a banquet given to celebrate the reconciliation, there was an assassination attempt on Caesar. It was the Roman leader's own barber who thwarted the attack. Once it was revealed that the king's regent, Pothinus, had ordered the attack, Caesar had him executed. He then placed the young king under... Caught within the palace with roughly 4,000 troops, and with the knowledge that the arrival of enemy forces was imminent, Caesar sent for help from Syria, Rhodes, and Cilicia. He ordered his men to dig a ditch around the palace and build a wall. With so few men at his disposal, Caesar could not risk a battle just yet. He sent ambassadors to Achillas in the name of Ptolemy to propose a truce. Knowing that the orders did not come from the young king, and angered by the pharaoh's imprisonment, Achillas had the messengers assassinated. With Caesar confined within the palace, Achillas positioned his troops around the city. Skirmishes broke out throughout the streets of Alexandria and went on for several days and nights. Though they were outnumbered, Caesar's men were able to hold the enemy back. This prompted Achillas' next move: capture the Roman fleet stationed in the harbor.
Whoa.
Although the palace offered protection, losing the port meant the end of help and supplies. Caesar knew he had to protect the fleet. While he and his troops In either case, the Great Library was not completely destroyed. Experts point out that its location was Where there are accounts of Achilles being in control of the battle against Caesar, it appears that instead, during the time of Ptolemy I, canals had been dug throughout Alexandria to provide fresh water. Ganymedes had his men take control of these canals. After panic erupted in Caesar's men, they wouldn't last long without fresh water. Recognizing that the porous limestone could help them, Caesar and his men dug wells to restore their water supply. With help from the Allied ships, Caesar's victory enabled him to push the Egyptians back and secure the lighthouse. Gaining control of Caesar attempted to retreat, but Port Eunostos' harbor. Unhappy with Ganymedes and wanting their king restored, the Alexandrians approached Caesar with a compromise. By this time, a faithful ally of Caesar's, Mithridates, warned Caesar. After the siege ended, Cleopatra VII married her younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, enabling her to reign over Egypt until 30 BCE. Under her rule, Alexandria settled into its position within the Roman Empire, and eventually surpassed Athens as one of the most important cities in the Roman Empire. Julius Caesar remained in Egypt for a short time. He and Cleopatra would later have a son named Caesarion.
Welcome to After conquering Egypt in 331 BC, the city was built between the Mediterranean Sea and Lake Mareotis, which resulted in Alexandria becoming a crucial cultural hub and trading. Sumptuous buildings could be seen wherever one turned their gaze: the royal palaces, the many temples, the gymnasium. With its incomparable beauty and Egyptian obelisks were highly prized by Roman architects. Alexandria had several main streets. Its most famous artery was the Canopic Way. It was lined with sumptuous buildings, houses, and temples. The width of the street, 30 meters, was abnormally large even by Greek standards. This is likely because the Canopic Way originated in the western cemeteries, skirted the gymnasium, and then exited the city to head east through massive doorways towards Canopus. This structure was known as the Canopic Door.
Welcome to. The ports of Alexandria were a major commercial hub. effectively connecting Egypt. Food and other artisan work streamed out of Egypt. Ceramics, glass, golden rings, and minted coinage. The local potters using traditional The wood imported to Port Mareotis through Alexandria's seaward ports was used in the nearby shipyards, where most of Egypt's ships were built. Employing tens of thousands of shipbuilders, the shipyards contributed to establish. The southern port of Lake Mareotis was the biggest in Alexandria. Save for a branch angling westward, banking was one of the most distinctive innovations brought by the Greeks to Egypt. The centerpiece of Alexandria. By the late 12th century, the channel feeding the lake from the Nile silted up. Lake Mareotis lost its connection to the Mediterranean, as well as most of its water, as the lake slowly evaporated to a fraction of its former size. In modern times, Lake Mareotis is being kept alive through irrigation. However, only about 17% of its original size remains. Welcome to Alexandria. Like most Greek cities, Alexandria offered multiple forms of entertainment. Most were related to cults, religious practices, and the festivities surrounding those. Games and competitions were organized whenever. Like all good Greek cities, Alexandria had a theater. The architecture of this structure is Roman in style. At the theater, one could witness the plays of contemporary comic and tragic authors. The play you are witnessing below is Menander's Dyskolos, more commonly known as The Grouch, a late and popular entry. The Greek comedies.
Welcome to Education in Alexandria. The education of young Alexandrians did not teach. Here, both girls and boys are. The team made the choice to show both genders attending class within the context of the game world. Even though it is historically inaccurate, the team felt it was not necessary to.
The Heptastadion was a bridge-like causeway connecting the island of Pharos to mainland Alexandria. Its name is... Since its construction would separate the Grand Port to the east and the port of Eunostos to the west, it was designed. Along with creating separate harbors for the commercial and military shipping, the causeway served as a main aqueduct for the island's inhabitants. Its presence also helped protect the island and its ports from rough wind and sea currents. At the end of antiquity, the Heptastadion disappeared under layers of silt and soil. While the Serapeum was the most celebrated of the temples in Alexandria, many other temples were built. Both papyri and coins reveal evidence of many temples built for the gods. Poseidon, the god of the sea, likely had an edifice in his honor west of this island, as well as on the mainland. Considered one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, the Lighthouse of Alexandria was a source of great pride for the inhabitants. Built on the island of Pharos, the stone structure was 3 tiers set on top of one another. Essential to safe navigation through the rifts and shallow waters. For several centuries, the Pharos was one of the highest monuments ever built by man. It measured roughly 110 meters in height, compared to the Pyramid of Giza, which was around 140 meters tall. Gradually, the structure was eroded by earthquakes, and then completely destroyed in 1480 CE, when a fort was built over it. Archaeological excavations on the seabed have uncovered many blocks from the ancient building. Welcome to the Great Library, near the district of Royal Palace. Throughout the centuries, fires and wars between Christianity and paganism. While much of the collection was purchased at the government's expense, the library also obtained books through other means.
Really?
Any books owned by travelers coming through the city were seized to be copied for the... Alexandria offered unrivaled... The great minds of antiquity were usually well versed in many disciplines, which were often associated to specific schools. Hypatia of Alexandria was a Greek man. Callimachus was born in Cyrene and educated in Athens. After his studies, he moved to Alexandria to work in the Great Library. A poet and a critic, he strongly rejected the epic format of Homeric poems. It was in Alexandria that mathematician Euclid, the father of... How do you calculate the circumference of the Earth? With a camel, 2 sticks, and... The earliest known and most complete armillary sphere of antiquity was the Meteoroscopion of Alexandria. Pythagoras of Samos was a well-known and respected philosopher and mathematician. He is best known for the Pythagorean theorem. However, there is proof that the theorem existed in Babylonia and India long before Pythagoras was born, casting some doubts as to who exactly originated the theorem.
Welcome to the Mosaeon of Alexandria. The Mosaeon was a sector of the city commissioned by Ptolemy the... The Mosaeon was designed so... Herophilus was a physician who lived most of his life in Alexandria. In order to be free to pursue their research, scholars were fed and housed at the Mosaeon at the government's expense. This freedom provided Alexandria scholars a meeting space for intellectual pursuits and a haven for spiritual peace. Though nothing remains of the original Mosaeon, it lives on as the legacy of our modern museums.
Welcome to the Serapeum of Alexandria. In a city of numerous magnificent attractions, the Serapeum was considered to be the most beautiful temple of Alexandria. Located southwest of the city, on a small hill known as the Acropolis, the sanctuary was Visitors of the Serapeum climbed 100 steps to reach the courtyard. Libraries were installed. Since the 26th dynasty, Greeks in Egypt had gradually integrated the Egyptian cult of the Apis bull to their own. Serapis was also associated to other deities, including Asclepius, a Greek god of healing. It is possible that, as with the Serapis Temple of Canopus, the sick would visit this sanctuary, sleeping there overnight in the hopes of being healed within its hallowed halls.
Welcome to the Panean was a... Pan's attribute was his namesake musical instrument, the pan. To give proper honor to the... God, Alexandrians built an artificial hill upon which they housed his temple to compensate for the flat relief of the city. The artificial mound had the shape of a spinning top or a pine cone, which was accessed by a spiral staircase. The top had a panoramic view of the entire city. Only such heights would be fitting for a mountain god.
Welcome to Leather and Linen in Ancient Egypt. Tanning, a process which dates from prehistoric times, was present although not highly valued in Egypt due to the heat. Leather was reserved mainly for things such as sandals, valued for its coolness and freshness in hot weather. Linen was the fiber most commonly used for fabrics and textiles. It was produced from flax, which was plentiful in Egypt. Various shades were achieved using woad, a dye produced from the leaves of Isotis tinctorium. This area... style is strongly influenced by the dye baths and tanneries of modern-day Fes in Morocco. This helped Ubisoft envision what such locations might have been like in ancient Egypt. While this tannery is within the city walls, back then they were often found outside the city boundaries. The tanner's trade was considered off-putting by the Greeks, as all these operations resulted in noxious smells.
Whoa!
Welcome to the Hippodrome of Alexandria. The most important chariot race was the Tethrypon. Using 4 horses with the quickest harness to the front right, the charioteer would race for 12 laps with ye hymns that rule the Welcome to Osiris, the first mummy. The oldest mummies recovered date from the ideologic. It is Plutarch who gives them the ritual used to bring Osiris back to life. Essentially depicts how he became the first mummy. It is why, on the sarcophagi of kings, we often find Isis and Nephthys represented as the magicians who restore life to the deceased.
Welcome to the mummification process. After taking canopic jar towards the middle of the New Kingdom, embalmers used natron as a desiccant to dry the flesh and stop the corpse's. In addition, masks were an important part of a mummy. Cartonnage once the mummy was. The last stage of this long ritual was the act of touching the mouth with the adze to symbolically allow the breath of life to infuse an inert body. Its performance was reserved for a very specific set of people. Priests who wore the mask of the god Anubis, a close relative of the family, or by the heir to the throne.
Welcome to the importance of mummies. The first hieroglyph. The mummification techniques were jealously guarded by embalmers from the Uabet, meaning the least. Egyptian civilization has always appealed. The Egyptomate. By 1868, thanks to dubious parties, the fantasy of a mummy coming back to life, seeking revenge on its defilers, was born. The mummy malediction myth has remained steady in popular culture ever since, particularly in written media and cinema.
Welcome to temples. During rituals and festival, ancient Egyptians believed that Ra, the sun god, the god Ra believed mankind was unlike the daily rituals that took place. The importance of these festivals is demonstrated by their long. The temple. Scribes were custodians of the sacred sciences. Priests and all the officials. Fair. The naos was where the god statue stood. The representation of the deity was usually in stone or wood and decorated with gold, silver, and precious stones. Smaller temples had only one naos, while larger complexes, such as the Temple of Karnak, had many chambers to honor gods, such as Amun, Ptah, and Osiris. Each statue was believed to be a receptacle for the presence or essence of the god's Ka, enabling it to take a physical form. Through the statue, the god came to the shrine to eat, drink, and communicate with the pharaoh, or with the priests standing in for the pharaoh. Welcome to Ancient Egyptian Fashions. Learning what life was like for ancient Egyptians present. Jewelry was a... Though idealized, the fabric of ancient Egyptian clothing, cosmetics including Egyptians believed kohl had magical powers, wearing it as black eyeliner to protect their eyes from the sun. Women and teenage girls wore their hair long. Wigs were... Prepubescent children... Welcome to Amulets and Rituals. Ancient Egyptian priests with religion was... There was a complete calendar of each of the religious days, both good and bad, illustrated. Deemed messenger. It was oracles that guided the Greek sailor Batos to the coast of Libya, where he founded a colony known as Cyrene. During Alexander the Great's campaign to conquer Persia, he consulted the oracle at the Temple of Amun within the oasis of Siwa, and was subsequently ordained a divine being.
Welcome to Temples and Priests. From its foundation, the city of temples were the center of religious Located in the center of Memphis, the Temple of Ptah was the most prominent and imposing building in the city. The long walkway leading toward the temple, known as the dromos, opened into a courtyard, with the surrounding portico graced with columns carved to resemble palm trees. The size of the imposing sculpture reflects the importance it had to the temple. In Egyptian culture, some animals were associated with gods, while others were considered to be living gods. Originally the symbol of fertility, like other living divinities, the mortal incarnation of the Apis bull was prayed to, and when it died, it was given a luxurious... Ancient Egyptians believed the god was then washed with heredity in the educational institution in ancient Egypt. Not limited to instruction for young students, the House of Life was a source of reference for many scholars, with rooms dedicated to papyri of many disciplines. Ancient Egyptian economy was based There are records. Palaces, warehouses, and granaries were built inside the temple compound to better control the redistribution of goods. The size of the recorded numbers of goods, combined with every other function filled by temples, only serves to confirm their might as economic, religious, and political centers of power within Egypt. Welcome to Building Ancient Egypt. Constructed with bricks made of mud, most ancient limestone was common and ancient Egyptians workers would draw a large grid directly on the stone surface. To maintain the stability of these mining pits over the in every quarry, dedicated shrines were established to offer protection for the workers. In particular, Serket, the scorpion goddess, was considered a very powerful deity among quarry workers. Every mine and quarry of ancient Egypt included a scorpion charmer, who was said to use magical powers to ward off the dangerous insects and keep the workers safe.
Welcome to work. Whether workers were employed, while some quarries were closed, whenever possible, blocked during flood. The Wadi al-Jarf papyrus. Stone cargo generally weighed 15 tons per boat. River transportation was the most efficient way to ferry stone blocks between the quarry and the construction site. Blocks were transported by flotillas of several types of boats. The most detailed illustration of transport by river is a relief of Queen Hatshepsut's barge with an accompanying flotilla. Welcome to Agriculture and Seasons. While crops were cultivated in different oases around the desert, most of the arable lands were near the Nile. Two types of cereal grain were cultivated. The Ptolemaic era created an agricultural revolution with the introduction of advanced agricultural techniques and new grain types, such as rice, durum wheat, and pearl millet. The resulting agricultural mass production greatly increased. Both bread and beer rations were part of a system of barter payment. The state used those goods to pay wages for those who worked in the quarries and at the construction sites. Beer was so important to ancient Egyptians. In order to increase agricultural production, fertile land was divided into plots and large agricultural villages were encouraged. The state and temples were the biggest landowners, depending. The three seasons known as Akhet, Peret, and Shemu corresponded to a specific phase of the agricultural process and the river's natural changes. Akhet was the time of the flood, beginning with the appearance of the star Sirius in July. Peret was the time when lands were cultivated, plowed, and sown. The pharaoh's duty was to uphold order against chaos and provide for his people. Priests and local governors also wanted to appear as protectors of the people. However, any variation in the Nile's seasons could cause water shortages. The story begins with the pharaoh worried for his people. The Nile hasn't flooded in years, and his people are starving. In search of the origins of the flooding, Djoser seeks out Khnum, the protector god of the region and the source of the drought. Djoser gives the god offerings and orders his priests to restore the temple of Khnum. These offerings please the god, and the floods are restored. This story was intended to highlight the importance of the deity in everyone's daily lives, while also demonstrating the crucial role that the priests and the king played in feeding and protecting the people of Egypt.
Welcome to Ancient Egyptian Cultivate. The new grain types of the Ptolemaic period required a great deal of... Later, a sakya, or water wheel. The threshing process separated the grain from its husk. Winnowing was the stage where... Transporting large amounts of grain required ships. Having reached Alexandria's inner harbor, the wheat was unloaded under the supervision of a civil servant in... Grain storage facilities were located across all of Egypt. Temples and institutions had... The sieves used by ancient Egyptians were unable to filter out sand and stones. Grit often passed into the flour, causing long-term tooth abrasions among all classes of Egyptians.
Welcome to Domesticated Animals of Ancient Egypt. Agriculture and domesticated livestock were introduced 6,000 years ago. Pets were deeply cherished in ancient Egypt. Many illustrations of children often include a pet in the depiction. One of ancient Egypt's most iconic animals, the cat, wasn't adopted into their daily life until the Middle Kingdom. Since they were so highly capable of killing snakes and rodents, the earliest reference to dog dates back to 5000 BCE. They were popular pets as they helped hunters and protected herds. They were closely linked to Anubis, the jackal-headed god. Baboons, monkeys, and even falcons were tamed as pets. Each was mummified and buried with as much ceremony as any family member.
Welcome to Ancient Egyptian Myth. Evidence of advanced myth. Another similar document remedies were considered as medicine and carried by doctors and priests. Village doctors often had another job, alongside their medical duties and the preparation of medicines. A cure for blindness was made. All of their knowledge did not always suffice. Ramses II died of an infection caused by an abscessed tooth.
Welcome to Artist. It was under the watchful eye of Ta. Art. In ancient Egyptian culture, drawing was used as illustration, such as seen in the Book of the Dead. It was also the first step in the creation of a relief, painting, or statue. Two-dimensional representations were concerned with order and form, and were intended to honor gods and... Stylistically, Egyptians were concerned with the depiction of the human forms. An exception to this were seen... Reliefs could be either... Statues were believed to be vessels for... At the domestic level, most Egyptians were craftspeople to a greater or... Located near the Valley of the Kings, archaeologists believe the site was home to skilled and respected artisans for over 400 years. It is considered one of the most important discoveries relating to Egyptian daily life. While much of the focus of Egyptian archaeology was on its kings and queens, it wasn't until the excavation of Deir el-Medina that Egyptologists were given a valuable window into the community life of ancient Egyptian artisans.
Welcome to Evolution. Excavations all over. Early pot. The potter's wheel was utilized. Quartzite parting. Potsherds could be found anywhere, and were the most common canvas for writing or drawing, in comparison to the more expensive papyrus sheets. Named after their Greek description, ostraca contained daily life records, letters, or could be drawn upon. Artists drew sketches for temples and tombs, or simply for leisure.
Welcome to... In pre-Greco-Roman, certain professions were open only to women, such as weaving or... Homes were generally composed of... Marriages were a social contract rather than a religious construct. Family was vitally important to... Status and wealth played a... Town officials and the rich lived in mansions with numerous rooms that were luxurious. Funeral stone inscriptions focused on the main member of a household. This person would then be a spouse, parents, and children, possibly even siblings. These stones were so structured because there were no surnames in ancient Egyptian culture. Parents and children were a sort of family tree, which allowed for the identification of the deceased. Welcome to Bread and Beer. While the Mesopotamians invented beer, beer was the... Once baked, bread would be crumbled into the... Once ready, the bread and grain mixture was compressed. Food was prepared. Ancient Egyptians all had to fight off the omnipresent sand particles that were blown towards them. Despite their best efforts, sand regularly made its way into their food. Additionally, particles from the grain-grinding stone tools and ovens they used also contributed to attrition and prematurely worn teeth. The team tried to portray this through toothache animations and commoners sweeping sand off.
Welcome to Wine in Ancient. When the god... A millennia-old tradition. Grape cultivation and wine production was regimented. Documentation shows that only certain crafts... Egyptian... The sweet shadé, to which honey had been added. The soft negem, obtained by drying the grapes in the sun. The ma, reserved for religious ceremonies. And finally there was the peor, the mediocre rated wine, resulting from the second pressing of grapes and reserved for a less discerning palate. Welcome to Oil in Ancient Egypt. Castor, sesame, and moringa were the source of the most common oils in ancient Egypt. Ancient Egyptians originally used castor oil in wick lamps, but also for cosmetics, such as facial and hair treatments. Olive trees were present though scarce in ancient Egypt's early history, and olives were mostly imported from Syria and Palestine. Their use and cultivation remained uncommon until the mass arrival of Greek settlers during the reign of the Ptolemies, when demand increased sharply. Olive trees were normally found in the region of the Fayum and the lands surrounding Alexandria. Welcome to Roman military. The strength of Rome was directly dependent on its... The quality of the armor of a Roman foot soldier was intrinsically linked to his social status and wealth. Chainmail was the most commonly used. Roman soldiers used the same types of weapons. The stomach and face were the most targeted parts of the body. As such, a legionary was equipped with... During their conquests, the Romans regularly transformed enemy technologies to add to their own formidable arsenal. After capturing a Carthaginian vessel, the Romans adopted its better features and constructed a superior fleet of ships. Adapting heavy artillery designs from Greek models aided the Romans in building catapults and ballistae. The latter became an iconic symbol of Roman warfare.
Welcome to the forts of Cyrenaica. Cyrenaica was a Libyan region under Roman control. Stone was the most commonly used material to build forts in Egypt and Cyrenaica. Though no real proof of a fortress similar to the one before you has been uncovered in that region. The forts of Cyrenaica were intended to prevent invaders from gaining access to the main route that led to the country's 5 most important cities. Other than reference to an attack...
Welcome to Roman forts. The size of a Roman military camp, known as a castle. Rectangular in shape, the forts were heavily fortified by ramparts and a ditch system. The walls were... Access doors on all 4 sides were each flanked by guard towers. The commanding officer was positioned in the middle of the camp. Along with sleeping barracks for the soldiers, the fort also had a granary that was expected to hold rations for a year or longer. To ensure the health of the soldiers, every camp was equipped with medical staff and a hospital. A clean water supply with conduits for a bathhouse and latrines was included in the construction of every fort.
Welcome to Roman Aqueduct. Water management was taken seriously by the Romans. Cyrenaica benefited greatly from Roman administration with the construction of aqueducts and canals. The source of water. The ability to transport water over a greater distance increased agricultural production. Some aqueducts were reported to be over 7 kilometers in length. Where the Greeks of Libya originally focused mainly on olive trees and figs, which required less water, the advent of Roman aqueducts allowed... The engineering methods used to create aqueducts were constantly reviewed, with a clear focus on exploiting the local environment. Materials, water usage, cleaning regulations, and a deep understanding of how to exploit gravity itself were all important concerns. Several fortresses were built to protect the aqueducts, basins, and cisterns.